courtesy to the other competitors as you finish your game in your lanes, please allow the pair you are moving to time to complete their game before going into their bowler's area. Attention all spectators, please do not block the entrance to the bowler's area with bags or chairs, because our staff needs to be able to move freely and quickly. Only athletes will be allowed in the settee area.
Bowlers, one piece of housekeeping at the end of each game. To initiate the movement of the names to the next pair of lanes, you must acknowledge the OK button on the tablet for each of the lanes. So before you leave, please acknowledge on the tablet the OK button. If you get to a pair and that has not been done, please do that when you get to your next pair. If you do not do that, the names do not move.
Now, let's give these athletes a round of applause as they begin round one of their tournament competition. Bowlers, when the arrows come up, you may begin your tournament play. Good luck to each of you.
Good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. Welcome to 2019 here on Bowl TV for the 2019, of course, USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. We are coming to you live from the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas, Nevada, behind lanes 43 through 46, bringing you wire-to-wire coverage of the 2019 event. By the end of the week, we will know our Team USA Trials champion, our U.S. Amateur champion, and of course, most importantly, who will represent the United States as Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2019. As we settle in here, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the 6 game blocks over the course of 5 days. We'll challenge these competitors on a variety of conditions across all 70 lanes here at Gold Coast. Definitely a one-of-a-kind scoring system here. We'll go over that in just a little bit for those of you new to the Team USA Trials portion. But we'll get you the full recap of everything going on. We're just settling into game number 1, though, of course. The place to be for information, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. From there, you'll be able to find standings, lane assignments, the oil patterns being used throughout the week, and more. And we just know people are going to ask, so we're just going to let you know right now. Oil pattern this week. Kick things off here on day 1, 36 feet in length, so a little bit shorter. Right? This is actually the shortest of the 5 patterns throughout the course of the week. Quite a bit of volume, though. Nearly 31.5 mils on the Kegel ice oil, so I think here in the early going and in practice we saw a little bit more resin than urethane out there. Sure, there'll be a mix throughout the start, though, as folks get to settle in, kind of get comfortable with the pattern, what they're seeing out here. In the men's field, 175 competitors vying for spots on Team USA and Junior Team USA. And on the women's side, 155 was the last count. That actually could have gone up since our last report. So sold out field on the men's side and the largest field women's tournament history to kick things off here in 2019. The women of course, will be bowling a little bit later today. That's going to be 3 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas, 6 p.m. Eastern for their 6 game block. Let's meet our bowlers, though, here on our featured pair. Our featured pairs, I should say. We got 2 of them. 43 and 44. That is Connor Egan up on 44, running a little bit high, leaving the 6-pin there with the 210 over on 43. That is Matthew Santos. I'd like to give it a run here. Joining them on 43 and 44 will be Joe Garencher, Jacob Fukuyama, and Ryan Kendall. Over on 45 and 46. Far right of your screen is Harley Sheen. He's looking for 3 in a row here in the early going. Find some trouble there. 2-4-8-10. Jacob Mullen looking to clean up the 7-pin on lane of 45. Some of you may be familiar with Jacob from his run at the Junior Gold Championships. In 2018, I can finally say that's last year. That's, even though that seems like a long, long time ago for us. But Junior Gold last year made the show. Also on the pair, Nathan Stubler, Adam Glickman, and Caleb Ross. So as we settle in, let's talk a little bit about the format. Just kind of let everyone know kind of how the scores will be coming in throughout the course of the event, how it'll be reported as well. So essentially, each of these blocks, you want to finish as high as you can in the standings. That's obviously the goal of pretty much every single event. So that's nothing new. You want to bowl well. Bigger scores help you in the standings, of course. But the unique part is it's essentially, even though you're looking at 5 different days of competition, so essentially 5 tiny events, all 6-game blocks, it's about your overall consistency throughout the course of the week. So the cool thing with that is And just to answer the question about the live scoring real quick, before we get to that, just posted it in the chat there. You can also find that available at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. But essentially how it's going to work at the end of today, I have these 175 competitors. Someone's going to finish first. Let's say it's Jacob over here on lane 43. Jacob's going to have a big day. He's going to finish the day first overall, so obviously that's cool in its own right. So, but for finishing first for the day, he would receive 1 basically point for the day. So if Adam Glickman here on 45 finished second overall of these 175 competitors, he would receive 2 points. And that would just go on and on. So who's ever finished in 15th place would get 15 points. If you finish in 22nd, 22 points. And essentially from there, you want to keep that total as low as possible throughout the course of the entire event. So essentially kind of has that golf mentality in that aspect where you want to keep your scores low. You want to consistently finish near the top of the standings to put yourself in position that last day to earn one of the automatic spots available. And for those who are on the amateur side, make a run at the U.S. Amateur title. That step ladder, which will be taking place January 7th. That's coming up on Monday. So obviously, some of the tricks with that is it's a different pattern every day for each of these 6-game blocks. So, as we mentioned, 36 feet in length today. Tomorrow for the men, it'll be 38 feet. Day number 3 on the men's side, 45 feet. Day number 4 is 41. I believe the final day is 39. let's see, 39 feet for day 5. So a variety of patterns. Obviously something for those who make the team in international competition. You're gonna face these tougher world bowling-esque patterns. So being able to show that consistency to kind of find your way to the top of the field in these 6-game sprints, looking at the overall picture, wanting to be that consistent player, really doesn't allow you any off games. So that's the grind here. That's what makes it tough. But that's what makes the folks at the end of the week worthy of repping the red, white, and blue when you get down to it. So over the course of the week, we'll be talking about quite a few different things as far as the event is concerned. We're going to talk about automatic spots. We're going to talk about U.S. amateur stepladder spots. We're going to be talking about junior gold performances. Let's just give that rundown right now. Once again, new year, 2019. Kind of where the players will come from at the end of the week, but obviously, as we said, the big thing with the consistent performance is you want to be in the top 4. Obviously, the player who has the lowest ranking score over the course of the 5 different days is your Team USA Trials champion. So that's pretty cool right there. But if you're in the top 4, you earn an automatic spot on Team USA. And on the youth side, the top 4 youth players in the field earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA. Now on the adult side, the National Selection Committee, which is made up of a few coaches and past Team USA members, will also select players based off of their performances over the course of the week. So for them, they also get to pick 2 players, a minimum of 2, I should say, just based off of their performance here this week on the adult side. So that brings the team up to 6. The National Selection Committee also is able to select up to 5 resume players. So how the resume works is basically athletes on both sides, the male and the female side, can submit resumes to basically state their case to be on Team USA. You had to be a Team USA or Junior Team USA member within the last 10 years. The top 25 on the money list for the PBA Tour in 2018, or the top 25 on the points list from the PWBA Tour on the women's side. So the team, or the coaches, National Selection Committee, all those folks can select up to 5 players from that category. That's going to be a big discussion on the men's side. We'll jump into that a little bit later today, talk about that. So that gets us up to 11 players, and then finally, the winner of the U.S. Amateur Championships is guaranteed a spot on Team USA if they haven't earned it already through finishing in the top 4. If they do finish in the top 4, then it will go to the next person in the overall points list. So it's essentially whoever finished 5th would get the next spot, until we get a minimum of 12. both the men's and the women's side, so that's adult only. For the junior side, we have a kind of a unique situation. As we said, the top 4 youth players in the field will earn automatic spots no matter what. So that's cool. The National Selection Committee will select 2 additional players based off of performance here this week at Gold Coast at team trials, and will also consider their performance at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships, which took place in the Dallas area last July. And so that's 6 players, but there's also a total of 6 players for both the boys and the girls team have already had basically decided based off of their performance at Junior Gold. So real quick, we'll read off those players. Most of them still in the field this week trying to also earn their spot on the adult team, maybe take home the U.S. Amateur title as well, but for the boys team, Justin O'Shaughnessy, Ryan Burton, and Chad Stephen, and our reigning U.S. Amateur champion, Cortez Schenk, have already earned spots. They're also joined by the 2018 Junior Gold champion on the boys' side, Anthony Nyer, and Jacob Mullen on our featured pair also has already earned his spot for Junior Team USA in 2019. So that's one of the players not only looking to prove themselves against a tough field, but also looking to earn a spot with the adult team on the women's side. The 6 players: Julia Heron, our champion at Junior Gold, Caitlin Eder, Cameron Peters, Olivia Farwell, Addison Herzberg, and Adele Wanner have already qualified. So in a similar situation, if one of those players happens to finish in the top 4 in the youth standings by the time it's all said and done, they will go down to the next spot in the standings. So that'll be a thing to keep an eye out on as well. All right, a few quick questions in the chat. How many lanes do they move? To be honest, I'd have to look, but we have the lane assignments available, so you can actually check that out. Once again, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And these are the lanes that our cameras will be covering, 43 through 46. So if you're looking for a particular player, be sure to check out the lane assignments for today. We'll post them day by day. And then keep a lookout for your favorite players, once again, 43 through 46. Once again, live scoring is available. We'll add it right there in the chat one more time. Because we see people talking right there. Front 7 on 33. By Alex Bryce. So that's definitely one of the cool parts about the event, is the opportunity to kind of get introduced to a few players. We were here just a few weeks ago for a pair of USBC collegiate events, and you know, for us it's a great opportunity to kind of meet the next generation of stars. We see a lot of kids wearing their school jerseys. Jacob Mullen, for instance, on 45. You can see Weber International. One pair to our right, past member of Junior Team USA, Ryan Winters, repping Wisconsin Whitewater. And know Coach Sean is in the chat. Those are good looking jerseys right there. Well done. Those are sharp. Looks like on the live scoring, some trouble for Alex there in the 8th frame. Open, but still a chance to get into the 260s there. On 37 and 38, Justin Larson as well. Front 7, that's a little bit closer to us. We can keep an eye from a distance. Of course, the place to be for those when they're not here on Bull TV. So you want to keep an eye on social media throughout the week. The Sport of Bowling, USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. All right, we'll get back in the chat here real quick. Let's see. Is Morgan Moore on 47-48? Morgan is not. We have Morgan on 49 and 50 at the moment. Is Emil partying with us this week? He's actually sitting next to me right now. We'll get Emil on in a little bit. Pattern, 36 feet today, 31 and a half mils. So short, but with some volume. Shortest pattern of the week. At the 5 they'll be facing. And getting back to Elizabeth's question about how many pros are bowling to be on Team USA, at least on the men's side, it's going to be a little less than what we've been used to seeing here at Team USA Trials. Of course, there's an event going on at our place of work right now, over in Arlington, Texas. At the International Training and Research Center, the PBA Hall of Fame Classic. It's going to be taking place. So with that being the first event of the 2019 season, we're going to be seeing more folks that you're used to seeing on at the top of the PBA Tour standings competing in Arlington this week. So for many of those folks, obviously, if you can kind of see on the masking units there, we have Kyle Troop, our defending Team USA Trials champion. He's going to be competing in Arlington this week instead of out here, essentially. But we can imagine many of those players have turned in a resume and hope to get selected through the National Selection Committee. So that's going to definitely make for some unique situations on the men's side. On the women's side, the PWBA is still very well represented. So many of the top names: Shannon O'Keefe, the defending Team USA Trials champion and PWBA Player of the Year. In attendance, Jordan Richard, the defending U.S. Amateur champion, although she won't be allowed to defend her title anymore because she is now a professional. She was Rookie of the Year in 2018 on the PWBA Tour. So you'll get to see all the top female players, but the men's field will be a different kind of mix, which is, you can't say that's, obviously we like seeing those guys too, but conversely, we get to meet a lot of new folks this way. And we're going to introduce you to a new folk. But you guys all know him so well because he's Lindenwood University Hall of Famer, Emil Williams Jr. Welcome, sir.
You have really stuck to that mantra. Said that's how you're going to introduce me from now on. So
it's serious stuff. But good morning. Welcome back. It seems like we were just here.
Surprisingly, we were. Just a few short weeks ago. In fact, it wasn't 2019 the last time we were here. How about that?
How about that indeed? Good shot there by Jacob in the 9th, looking for 4 in a row. Can't get the 10 out. Looks like Justin Larson's string of strikes also ended in the 8th frame. Split for him. But another player who can get off to a strong start here. Throughout all this excitement, we've quickly gotten to the end of game number 1 here on our featured pairs. And this is kind of the kind of tough part to manage about the event, kind of watching it as, you know, from where we are, thinking about standings overall for the day, is that obviously you want to get out of the gates, get out to a strong start, like Joe is here on 43 and 44, looking to get to the 260s. However, for those folks who struggle in the first game, you know, it's one of those things where 6 games, it kind of seems short. There's, you know, unfortunately, you can kind of dig yourself a hole from time to time. But with the way the points work and how you can kind of go up and down throughout the course of the standings, throughout the course of a block, you know, it's not necessarily the end of the day right there. Because there is a ton of opportunities for points, especially when you kind of get, you know, you kind of gauge how the day goes. You know, there's going to be high scoring patterns, there's going to be medium scoring patterns, there's going to be low scoring patterns. And, you know, if you're able to, you know, find a way to pop that 240, 230 in there, you know, whether at the beginning of the day, end of the day, kind of put yourself in a good position. You know, it's not necessarily a lost day if you don't get out to the strongest start.
Yeah, it's a very unique format in the sense that, not even a format, so to speak, but because of the amount of days and games, that opportunity does exist. And then with the addition of the format, actually, a good day certainly can catapult you up the rankings, the overall standings. How about that? The old trip 4-9 there from Matthew Santos. So I think and you may have mentioned that, I apologize if you did, the best example, I think, for me, and that's only because I have 1 year of experience under my belt, was Shannon O'Keefe.
Absolutely.
Did not have a good day. I believe it was day 1. And, of course, you know, the remaining week, I think she finished first or second, at least a couple times.
I believe, because we were looking at the scores yesterday from during the player orientation portion, and yeah, I think she finished like 27th on day 1. She had a real bad. She popped like a 140 in there, and she kind of one of those days where it just wasn't going her way. She kind of fought back to get to even. 27th place, so you look at that and you're like, well, okay, it's going to make it a little bit tougher. And then essentially what you said, she put together a few first, second, fourth, 10th, you know, just kept those points down. And then by the end of it, she put herself in position to not only continue her streak on Team USA, win team trials for a second time, but also the opportunity to represent Team USA at the World Cup. And we all know how that ended. World Cup in hand for Team USA, Shannon O'Keefe. All right, let's see if we can get some upcoming bowlers as we get close to the 10th frame here. Jacob Mullen leading the way with 214 over on 45 and 46. Joe keeping it going, looking to make it 7 in a row here. Going to be stepping up on 44 momentarily. Looks like on 43 and 44 we'll have Brandon Brown and Eric Cox. On 45 and 46, Charlie Reed and TJ Rock. Let's see who they're going to be matched up with. Also coming to 43 and 44 will be Zach Mitchell, Mark Gonzalez, and Jacob Klein. And on 45 and 46, Cody Johnston, Noah Akiona, and Jordan Moniz. No problem on the spare for Joe. Going to be in the 240s here. Taking a quick look at live scoring, we just talked about kind of the pace of the day. There's going to be high scoring days, there's going to be lower scoring days. At least out of the gates here, looking to be a high scoring day. Seeing a handful of 230s, 240s, 250s, 260s, 265, the biggest number so far. That's Andrew Hall. So folks finding the right look here in the early going on our 36-foot condition.
Well, some of the chatter we just overheard a little bit yesterday at practice. Each pattern is going to present its own unique challenges. Some thought that, just like any other week of patterns, some will be a little bit more high scoring than others. I think just about everyone who mentioned the short pattern thought that there would be a few more score shots, and I'm sure at some point in the week there'll be a pattern that will not present said high scores, at least on the surface. Of course, you're going to have to work for them. This pattern is about versatility. You want the most versatile bowlers to compile a team that represents this country.
And that was kind of part of the reason the format changed back in. It's been a few years now that they've kind of introduced the ranking point system throughout the course. But essentially, it used to be a total pinfall event. I know when our colleague Matt Cannizzaro bowled it, it was 9 games across 5 patterns, 5 days, with total pinfall, essentially determining those automatic spots, winners, and everything along those lines. The, one caveat with that was essentially, players could set up on one pattern and, just absolutely have a field day, and then all of a sudden they're in a great position. And, and obviously a lot of events do work like that, where total pinfall gets you where you need to go. And, it was one of the things the National Selection Committee and the tournaments team and everyone just kind of evaluated. And from there, they kind of wanted to round out the team a different way. That kind of brought us our new format. Wow, I could have been more wrong on the people coming to 45 and 46. Oh, that's why. Okay. I'm just not smart. That's the problem. So all those folks I mentioned will be here in Game 3, not Game 2. So Game 2, new lineup here on 45 and 46. looks like we will be joined by, let's see, David Nordhaus. Going to be the first up on 43 and 44. Going to be joined by Andrew Canuli, Anthony Shannon, Chris Colella, a past member of Team USA, and Nolan Coyne. Over on 45 and 46, that's Brian Halen. He's a two-time Junior Team USA member and national champion at McHenry University. He's joined by Willie Jones, Austin Schultz, Josh Pate, and Bailey Maverick. What's up to Cole in the chat? Good question. Number of 300s this year. And I think the best question is how many is Mabel Cummins going to shoot in a day again? Because that was pretty cool last year. We definitely saw some patterns that allowed it. If we're talking like total, I think between both the men's and the women's, I think you're pretty close. I think six to eight. That'd be cool. Question in the chat from Cameron. Sold out field on the men's side this year. Yes, sir.
I've got a quick story about Chris Colella.
All right.
It actually involves Chris Craven. For the longest time, every time I saw either of them, I thought they were the other. I'd say, oh, there's Chris. No, I'd say they're, well, yes, because they're both named Chris, obviously. But I saw Chris Colella. I'd go, oh, that's Chris Braden. He's bowling this week. But then I'd look at the sheet and like, no, that's not him. And then for the longest time, to me, they look very much alike. It could just be me.
No, I think that's a.
And then I saw
fair
them points together, and I thought they were honestly the brothers. That was my very early in the week tidbit of unusable knowledge.
Tidbit of unusual knowledge. Can't make that stuff up, folks. To get back to Silver's question about Mabel, she actually had two of them in the same day, which was pretty awesome. I'd have to look back at the standings to remember the order, but it was she just went nuts the last day, and that essentially helped her earn her spot on a junior team. That was part of the group that represented the girls' team at the World Championships. This past summer in Detroit, but Mabel's final block, she went 200 the first game, then shot 300 in game 2, 223, and then 300, 245, 235 to average 250 for the block, which was pretty awesome. A lot of live striking from young Mabel that day.
I'm going to do a live mic check.
Live mic check. All right, folks in the chat, help us out here. Do the sultry tones of Emil Williams Jr. sound better or worse? They always sound good to me. I just want to let you know.
Well, sometimes microphones are not your best friend, so it does happen from time to time. Time to time.
Chris says much better.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, I think we're in business. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the help there. Appreciate everyone for tuning in here early going Thursday morning in Las Vegas. Hope to see you throughout the week here at the 2019 Team USA Trials. Squad schedule will be pretty routine day to day. Going to kick off at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 local time here in Vegas. Day 1, Day 3, and Day 5 will start off with the men's block. Day 2 and Day 4 with the women's field. And then the second squad of the day will be at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time. Once again, interchanging. Start with the women on the later block today. Sable Bowl there, first 6-game block. Early 3-bagger for Bailey Maverick. As you can see up there, and once we get scores, we will let you know for sure. Get them updated on bull.com as well. So with the scores next to the player's name, minus 28 means where they're sitting after one game in relation to 200 being a par score. So minus 28 would be 172 in game 1 for Bailey. Conversely, we see Josh Pate plus 47. We'll put him at 247 for his opening game. Of course, we'll wait for the official scores before we we announce anything as official. It's a very interesting hit for Brian. Josh Pate had a solid showing to finish up 2018 as a member of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater Collegiate Program over at the Lehigh Valley Classic in Pennsylvania. Finished tied for the top spot on the individual side at that event, so the collegiate field well represented this week. Of course, it works out pretty well for high school and college student athletes. All have the opportunity to not necessarily miss school. Come out and test themselves against some strong fields. Question in the chat from Scott. So happens you make chat and Scott the same word. Question from Scott about what pros are at the team trials. As we talked about it a little bit earlier on the women's side, it's a pretty good collection of PWBA Tour stars looking to earn their spot on Team USA in 2019. On the men's side, PBA Hall of Fame Classic is actually taking place in Arlington, Texas this week. So for many of those top players, we're going to guess they elected to go with the resume process. Try to earn one of those 5 selections. From the National Selection Committee, but just a few of the bigger names out here as we scroll through. Let's go through live scoring. Of course, we have both Michael and Darren Tang in the field. Chris Vi as well. Kyle Sherman. It's going to be interesting to see Kyle this week coming back from injury. He was actually the first one in the building today as we were setting up the live stream gear. Definitely taking care of everything, making sure the body was good to go for the 6-game block. So Be interesting to see his progress, a past junior Team USA member. Have Nick Crummell and Tom Hess as well. Tom Hess, of course, a past USBC Masters champion. Actually, pretty cool tie-in for Tom this week. His daughter is bowling as well, so we kind of get to see the, brothers, sisters, family involved in many ways here at team trials as far as competing, and pretty cool to have father-daughter competing as well, so be interesting to get some of Tom's thoughts from that this week. Another strong player and former Team USA member, Nick Pate, in the field. That is a great question, Nick, for the good folks at Boyd Gaming. But we do want to thank our hosts here at Gold Coast, Mike Kaufman, Louis Jimenez, and their whole staff here. Always tops working with those guys. So we get the opportunity to work with Mike and his crews across several properties here in Las Vegas, and always go out of their way to make sure we as a tournament staff are put on a great event, and of course they're always looking out for the bowlers as well. So certainly appreciate their hard work each and every event we come out here. Of course, a shout out to the tournament staff here as well from USBC. Greg Moore, James O'Connor, Kathy Prang, Robin and Chip Akey as part of the tournament operations. We have Stephen Padilla and Katie Ford as part of the Team USA and High Performance Division, and we have a pretty full team on the communication side as well. Sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., Matt Canzaro also in attendance, Jason Thomas, and Brant Houghton. All here helping out this week, trying to kick off 2019 the correct way.
you are just joining us, this is game 2.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is game 2. My apologies. Team USA Trials, day 1. Not a good break there for Brian Halen. The 8-pin rolls to the left of the 2-pin, which could make that spare just a touch more difficult. Someone asked in the chat about Brad. I didn't see Brad yesterday, and he is not on the roster, so. Well, I'm certainly hoping it's not one of those days for me. The old headset is just not cooperating. I know we'll have more questions regarding the lane pattern. And so if you refresh, should be a link directly to the lane pattern. Of course, all of the information you need is at bowl.com/Team USA Trials, but specifically the men's day 1 pattern is linked in the event description. David Nordhaus love in the chat, and that love is certainly warranted by his performance here in game number 2. Steve, how are you? I'm doing well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. 2019 is going to be really good. It's going to be really good. It's going to get off to a great start for several individuals this week here at Team USA Trials. But I do hope all of you in the chat and those, of course, who will watch today and throughout the week will have a very, very good 2019. TJ Rock's trying to get his 2019 off to a good start. He's got the front 8 over on 38. Shell, Happy New Year. It's funny, Richmond seems like so long ago at this point. It was just 4 months ago. Here's David Nordhaus on lane 44. Get a good view here. Wow, how about that? Well, you don't really see messengers go over and take out 7 pins if you're right-handed a lot. I know I've never seen it, and for the record, I'm not nearly as powerful as David Nordhaus, by the way. But that was impressive stuff. Nonetheless, that's 7 in a row for David. TJ Rock with the front 9. And no love on the 9 pin for Chris Colella. Well, so far we've seen some decent results here on 43 and 44. Again, short pattern. Multiple players have used urethane to this point. So there's certainly an area of, obviously, to play. It's short, so you have an idea already. Nordhaus, 10th frame. Bang. Ryan Halen knew it when he let it go. Big 4. McKendry stand out. 9 in a row for Nordhaus. Standings are up, by the way. Again, all the information, bowl.com/TeamUSA trials. I'll add a direct link here momentarily. Quietly, Drew Canuli making a nice run to end this game. He's got 7 in a row. Willie Jones, can he make it 4? And he will be stopped short by a 9-pin. TJ Rock with the front 10. TJ local, one of the top youth players in the country. Final shot for David here, game 2. What a game here for Nordhaus. 266. If I'm not mistaken, should be a sophomore at Davenport, if he is still there. Not sure what TJ left, but you heard the moans and groans. I see from my angle a 7-pin, but it looks like 8 on the scoreboard. I'm going to guess that's a 7-10. Trying to finish out strong. He can get to 2-0, and that certainly will help. Willie Jones, 2:06 in the books. Bailey Maverick going to take care of the 2-4-10. It's got a chance. Don't take the 4. Open frame there, 2:15. Halen trying to say 180 here with a double. Josh Pate can get to 201. Austin Schultz up on 45. And Andrew Canuli. Nice run to end things. He's on the board, 257. Back 9 for Andrew. Good shot there for Austin. Alec, the pattern is linked in the event description. .287 for TJ Rock. First one in the 10th. For Brian Halen in game 3 coming up. Women will hit the lanes at 3 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. Pacific. Here at Gold Coast. Looks like we'll get a chance to see TJ join us perhaps on 43 or 44. Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate that. Appreciate your viewership. 10-pin for Brian. He'll be in the 170s. Very nice finish for Austin Schultz Perhaps he can continue that, keep that feel. That's important. Chris Colella, he'll slap the 10 out. Well, let's keep our eye on 43 and 44 the rest of the day. Looks like the low game is going to be 191 on this pair. With 2 games of 250 and above. And if Colella can put another one here, he'll be in the 240s. All right, Josh Pate talked about Wisconsin Whitewater a little earlier. Pate on that squad as well. I'll look to be a little in. A good break, just leaving the single pin. Colella, second shot, 10th frame, and that's a beauty. Skate bowling reviews, that is essentially correct, as well as Bobby. .244, Colella. Some nice games on 43 and 44. Josh Pate will finish things up here. 1 fill shot to go. We'll head to game 3. All right, 189 for Josh. And game 3 is on the way. And in fact, when we come back, we'll get into some of the questions that you guys have. In the chat, good morning, Troy. So while we have a moment, quick break. And back in a moment with you folks. You're watching the Team USA Trials, the USBC Team USA Trials, the 2019 edition. We are already into 2019. How about that? And the U.S. Amateur Championships, of course. You're watching it live here on Bowl TV.
I told you that. Oh no, it's gone down. 943. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. Game 3 underway. Live from Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. USBC Team USA Trials rolls on. Neil Williams Jr. here with you, along with Aaron Smith, Matt Canizaro, Jason Thomas in the building, full crew. Thanks to our tournament staff by Greg Moore and Chip McKee, Kathy Prang, Robin McKee. Members of our Team USA staff, Stephen Padilla, Katie Ford. All right, on the lanes currently, 43 and 44, Zachary Mitchell, Mark Gonzalez, Jacob Klein, Brandon Brown, Eric Cox on 45 and 46. You just saw TJ Rock. Here's Jordan Monins, Cody Johnston, Noah, Deanna, and Charlie Reed. All right, spare made there for Eric Cox. Comes to Brad Miller in the chat. Hello to all who have joined us. If you are just joining us, and even if you haven't, mentioned standings are available. That link also is in your event description. Please refresh. Of course, the lane condition for Men's Day 1 is also available in the event description. All the information you need is available at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Also in that, if you haven't checked it out, we do have live scoring this week as well. That too can be found on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. But because I know that we'll get that question many, many times over the next few hours, go ahead and help you all out with that as well in the event description. Pattern 36 feet. Brandon Brown. See the running totals. The players on the scoreboards. Brown with a double. Mark Gonzalez at the step up here on 44. Part of the squad, I believe, at St. Francis, Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Eric Cox with a double. Klein with the 2-8-10. So you can see that you could leave a 2-8-10. You could leave some 2-8 type combinations, some 2-pin combinations. Of course, a lot of your thing going down the lane on the outside part of the lane also. So there could certainly going to be some carry down. So we'll see how things begin to take shape here as we move on to games 4 and 5. Open frame for the Lindenwood University standout.
Just a quick alert for everyone. Scores now updated through 2 games up on Bull.com. Alex Bryce, after 265 in the opener, 290 in game number 2. That was with a gutter on his first shot of game 2 as well. Picked up the spare off the sheet, 5:55 through 2. In a quick search representing Mount Mercy Mustangs on the collegiate front from Marion, Iowa. Also recently had a big day on the lanes in league, rolling 877. So if we've learned anything about Alex in this quick Google search is when he sees the right look, he strikes a lot, and he's striking a lot. Sitting in second overall, Andrew Hall, 513, and TJ Rock on our featured pair after that 287. 511 in third place. Michael Tang, 507. Wesley Lowe, 505. So 5 players averaging better than 250 out of the gates here on the 36-foot pattern. Joe Grenzer, we saw him in game 1, 490. John Janowitz, 484. Chris Colella, 483. So is Zach Singer. And Sorel Cardines, 482. Also Thomas Source at 482. Rounds out the top 10.
Well, I think it's only a matter of time before TJ Rock makes one of these squats.
Now, TJ, a young man for sure, but it's a name we've kind of seen around already for a few years. It's, you know, one of the great stepping stones, building blocks, whatever you want to call it. You know, we've seen TJ find success in junior gold in some of the younger divisions, and I believe he's also local to the area here in Vegas, and just a matter of, you know, continuing those steps to continue to get better and better, and push himself against these strong fields. And The young man can toss them, no doubt about it. Charlie Reed connects for his first strike on the left lane. He's not missed on 46 yet. See if TJ can keep the momentum going, looking for 4 in a row.
Shot there from Jacob Klein. Rebounding nicely. Last time he was on that lane, left 2-8-10. Klein, one of the players right now, not playing kind of the outside part of the lane. And doesn't look to be throwing urethane at this moment either. Meanwhile, let's see, Alec Dudley with front 6, Jacob Nips, excuse me. He's got the front 5. That's on 39 and 40. All right, Brandon Brown doing his thing here on 44. He's got 5 in a row. Saw Brandon this morning. I think he might have been the earliest competitor here this morning.
All right, folks, hitting the home stretch of game number 3 of 6 here. Round at number 1 of men's qualifying the 2019 USBC and Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championship. Taking place at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. Just day 1 of an exciting 5-day event. Of course, the grand conclusion, getting to learn a little bit more about Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2019.
Shot there from Mark. Even better shot there for Brandon Brown. String of strikes and momentarily, or it did stop, I should say, but no open frames for Brandon after that nice conversion.
Strong finish there for Charlie Reed. Going to get to 240. Push him to plus 93 overall. Of course, the first time you and I really got to see Charlie, 2017 Intercollegiate Team Championships over in Baton Rouge. There's some big shots for McKendree along the way.
Yeah, he was anchoring, I believe, for a part of that stretch as a freshman. Which made it even more impressive. Oh, just peel, TJ, peel.
Just taking a quick look at live scoring as we get close to the end of Game 3 here. Andrew Hall, mentioned he was in second overall at 5. Is it 513? 515? 513. Has a chance to shoot 279 this game, so he's going to be potentially just a tad under plus 200 after 3 games here.
That's pretty good.
That's some shooting right there, Tex. Alec Dudley, a few pairs to our left, still working on 7 in a row. Of course, all 70 lanes going here at Gold Coast.
Sorry, it's on the film.
You can't get that mad.
You're right. That's I didn't realize what shot it.
Like there was pain at first, and then it subsided a little bit because you're like, yeah, man, yeah.
Nice game for TJ. Good opening 3-game set for him as well. In a row for Alec Dudley. Almost complete on 45 and 46. Another opportunities for 279. Jacob Gill down on lane 20 can get there. He's got a fill to go. Thomas McNeil shot 290 on 22. 746 for the first 3 games.
Great shot there from Zach to kick off his 10th frame. 228 still out there. He can get on the right side of plus. One more. Brandon on cruise control here. He's going to make a big jump here. Chance to get to the 240s.
Hey, Dennis Hacker. Shout out to Cameron Weir as well watching. A good break there for Mitchell. And he'll be in the 220s. Aaron, where was David Nordhaus in the standings after 2?
David Nordhaus. David's in 22nd.
Okay.
196, 266. We had that 260 game on Bull TV here. Let's learn a little something here. What's Matt Farber up to as he scuffs his bowling ball? Looks like urethane.
That was your thing.
He did it very politely. I'm very appreciative of that. That was one of the things you tend to run into on our end of it is that, you know, we use what we can to set up the live stream gear. And sometimes that involves tables that are kind of set in place already. That's what we got going on here. And sometimes, depending on the venue, the tables, some are less sturdy than others. And sometimes, you know, someone will put a ball up there, you know, just not thinking they're affecting the camera or anything like that. All of a sudden, it looks like an earthquake's going on. So that was very nicely done by Matt Farber. I commend him for his generosity to our table and live stream gear.
He's a nice young man. Brings up a good point, though. Just for those who may hear you say scuffing bowling balls, that essentially the players are allowed to alter surfaces between games, which is kind of protocol under World Bowling. So this is what would happen essentially at a World Bowling event. You'd have that opportunity to alter surface in between games, not during, in between games. And specifically here, which that part I'm not sure in regards to World Bowling, but they would like all alterations to be done, you know, on the back tables, so that way nothing gets in the settee, on the floor, etc. Dakota Solanka, nice finish, 259 in game 3 over on 41 and 42. Over 1,000 viewing.
How about that?
Thank you very much. For the hundreds in attendance and the thousands watching around the world. just don't stop right there.
I was wondering if you're going to go through with it. 258 for Andrew Hall, 771 out of the gates for his first three. Jacob Klein will wrap things up here for game number 3. Just like that, moving on to game number 4. Michael Tangs at 747 for his first three. Wesley Lowe, 762. This is just checking scores on live scoring right now, looking at the total as folks wrap up. Alex Bryce, we talked about his strong start, some struggles in game 3, 187, but he's still at 742 for his 3 games. You mentioned Tom McNeil, 746. Jacob Mullen, 710 out of the gates. Our runner-up at Junior Gold this past year. Since you asked about David Nordhaus, just shot 267. He's up to 729.
We had a nice following of good folks in the chat earlier. And obviously, he shot 266 here in front of us, so someone to keep an eye on.
Mentioned Dakota Solanka. He's at 731 for his 3. After that nice 259. TJ Rock, 737. Also quality airplay. James Wakefield Jr., 700 on the nose. Some of the bigger numbers out there at the halfway point.
Aaron, we had a few questions in the chat earlier that we didn't get a chance to get back to, so wanted to throw them at you only because you are excellent in your description of some of our items that go along with Team USA trials. Of course, one of the main questions was, since many are not competing this week here at Team Trials because they are competing at the PBA event, for example, the Hall of Fame Classic, they have the opportunity to, for those who send in a resume, for those who do that, they have an opportunity to still be selected. But what are the facts in regards to what makes you eligible to send in a resume?
All right, I can do that. Essentially, to be eligible to send in a resume, you have to have been a past member of Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years. Or on the men's side, you'd have to be in the top 25 in earnings during the 2018 season. So those players are eligible on the men's side, and on the women's side, it goes along the same way with the member of Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years, and then the top 25 in points on the PWBA tour list for the 2018 season, which I know you can rattle off all 25 because you're the PWBA guy. So So those are the requirements for it, and it's going to be a discussion topic throughout the course of the week because you look at the team from 2018 and a lot of those guys PBA players, and it's been the case since 2008 once they opened up the team to allow professionals as well, and there is a maximum of 5 selections for the resume process. So that is going to someone's going to get left off. That a good player who's been a part of the team in the past, which obviously unfortunate for the player at that moment. However, it is listed in the rules that I like to pull up the proper wording so I don't go too far off point here. But the Team USA coaching staff does have the authority to add members to the team at their discretion after the conclusion of the event. So, and we've seen that in years past as well with certain players on the junior team, performing well in various events, and it just makes sense to bring someone along to the adult team, and there are opportunities for that based off of what the Team USA coaching staff feels what they want for the year. So that's certainly in play as well. But at the end of this week, there will be only 5 selections from the pool of players who turn in resumes. Who those players are, as we said, we have the criteria. We don't know who they are personally. I haven't asked, and I probably wouldn't even tell if I knew. But that's kind of the process for that this week. So that's all I got.
Well done.
Thank you.
So that should answer that question, and obviously we'll go through it a few more times throughout the week just because we'll get some new viewers. That question will be asked again, and that's just part of the process. Appreciate those checking in as we begin Game 4. Ashton, hello. Shout out to Marshall Kent. Always hope that when there's someone in the chat with, like Marshall Kent, for example, that it's the Marshall Kent. But he said he was watching from Dallas this week, which would let me know that I do feel that is the Marshall Kent. That's what Aaron just talked about, of course. Marshall Hart 2018 squad. He's been on this team for several years at this point. Well, the Hall of Fame event there. Good luck to everyone at the Hall of Fame. Shout out to everyone at the ITRC back at base. Todd, Nick, and Lou. Sure going along and helping out everyone there at the PBA. at Farber. Good shot there. Had an opportunity to travel internationally, represent Team USA in competition. Champion of champions. PABCON is in Brazil.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh.
I am team no 8-pin.
Is that your hashtag now?
Might be. That's how much I despise it. And also, and I should clarify, I'm right-handed. So, I'm also team no 9-pin. Out of respect for my lefties out.
But you are correct, Farber. And Matt Russo were part of the team at Champion of Champions. That event actually helped Team USA qualify for the Pan Am Games coming up in 2019. So certain events, countries do have to qualify. They have to select certain events throughout their yearly schedule. That was one of the events for the Team USA men, and Farber and Russo got the job done quite well. Bunch of medals. Both Farber and Russo had junior Team USA experience as well. Definitely an emotional moment for Farber last year, getting the nod up to the adult team. Let's look at him here in the third. Asking for it to just hold up for a second.
He might have grabbed a little extra handful on that one. But yeah, that was, last year was my first year at Team USA trials. So, obviously being able to represent your country is an immeasurable or insurmountable type of honor in itself. But then to kind of actually see the progression of players get to the point of earning a spot to be one of the automatics, or of course being selected, which you could argue is even more of an honor, because obviously you want to control your own destiny, your own fate, and the only way to do that is to earn one of the automatic spots. But then, if that doesn't happen, which was the case with Matt, worked so hard to get to that point and just missed an automatic selection last year. Then to have his name called via the selection committee, it just kind of puts it over the top, where it's almost a different level of emotion, because you're just waiting. You're literally waiting to the announcement, and you got to wait. We do it after the U.S. Amateur Championship, so I mean, it's hours before you got to.
It is a while. It's a fair and just point.
Yeah, I think you had a great tweet this week or last week about what it means to kind of represent, what it means to kind of watch it unfold, and especially the first time, for example, someone who does get that honor and hears their name called for the first time, watching that emotion and reaction. It is, I got a little emotional last year. It's a very cool thing to see.
Now, specifically, not here because we're not here at Gold Coast, but in the live stream booth here on Bold TV last year, we had Andrew Anderson you know, that guy who's like PBA Player of the Year. He's that guy now. But, you know, to kick off 2018, he was just a young kid looking to make his first trip to the adult team. And, you know, he came here on the live stream kind of at the end of the women's block because the men finished up earlier in the day. And, you know, he's one of those guys who had to wait it out. And, you know, it was one of those things where he felt, and he's like, I bowled really well these past few days. He had some struggles early on, and then made the adjustments he had to put himself in that position. But it certainly was no gimme in that situation. And, you know, that was a guy we get to talk to quite a bit just at events and everything. And that was almost team no 9 pin there for Briley.
But Briley almost can't catch a break here. That's a good shot, though.
But yeah, just that moment come together and that waiting period, and, you know, have I done enough? Was it enough? I think I did. I hope I did. And then, I mean, conversely, there's, you know, at the end of the day, there's only so many selections. And to see that on the other side, too, that's not easy. You know, as fun as the emotional part is for the people who make it, at the same time, there's that heartbreak. I mean, there's really no way to sugarcoat those moments as well. But that's kind of what it's all about, though. That's what you put the time, the effort, blood, sweat, and tears, if you will.
Throw for Farber and Kaner. That one come flying back from about the half board, 45. Frame there for Joe Rondon, current Wichita State Shocker. So we've got a long way to go, obviously, before we get to that point to think about who could be selected, and obviously the automatic bids. But as many in the chat have mentioned, the team might look very different. And as Aaron talked about a little bit earlier, it's very possible that is indeed the case. Of course, on the men's side, two prominent names have now officially retired from Team USA, Chris Barnes and Tommy Jones. Not retired from competition. They are still competing as PBA professionals. Of course, I believe both of them are in Dallas, or I should say in Arlington at the ITRC Hall of Fame Classic, but specifically for the Team USA competition. They have elected to hang it up. And their dedication, commitment, and service to the program over the years, certainly. Great examples of performance. I know they were mentors for many of some of these younger players that we have seen grow within the Team USA program as well. So big thanks to Tommy and Chris. Absolutely. There's going to be more to celebrate their careers on Team USA over the course of the upcoming months. I believe the big celebration in the announcement was going to take place at the USBC convention. Give those guys a grand send-off, essentially, to their retirement from Team USA. You put it perfectly. They are not retired from competition by any stretch, but that actually is a formal process as part of being part of Team USA. You know, working together with the USOC to formally retire from the team, and that is a process. That's something you have to basically fill out the paperwork. We've seen it the past few years. Bill O'Neill, 3 or 4 years ago. Liz Johnson on the women's side, also doing the same thing. But yes, that's and I think that's going to be a fun talking point. I mean, you know, us back here, you know, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on. Obviously, we'll keep you informed
as much as we can, and we can speculate a little bit here and there too. But I think that's going to be the interesting thing for the National Selection Committee is when you kind of look at the 2018 team and you take off Chris Barnes and Tommy Jones, all of a sudden Team USA gets really young. And that's no offense to those advanced in age gentlemen. Because obviously they're a big part of the program. We've talked about that, Pat. We're just having a little fun with it. But, that veteran presence is important. And, just on the speculation side, that's a role that serves multiple purposes, not only the competing part, but, the mentorship and, there's obviously plenty of talented guys who were on the team for 2018, but that's a young team all of a sudden. You get, I'm just spitballing ages right now, but I kind of guess the next oldest guy probably late 20s from that group. So, I mean, that's going to be a transition for that team for sure.
I think just from to give the facts, I think Chris Vi is technically the oldest of 2018 Team USA members, just by a few months. Three members from last year's team are 26.
26, okay.
Chris, EJ, and Marshall Kent. Actually, I take that back. Kyle Troop. Kyle Troop is the eldest at 27. So 27, three members were 26. That's 4. So gives you a good idea on that.
So you're saying if Troop happens to make the team again in the future, and he's the resident old guy, that maybe may work some gray shaded into the fro?
I think so. AJ Johnson also is 26. So that's 5 members there. 127, 4 at 26.
That is concentration right there, courtesy of Joe Grondin. That was a breakdown on 43, and the mechanic hopped down. Joe said, "I got this."
Just as a reminder, all standings are available on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. They're also available in the event description. There's a link there. There's a link to the pattern. Questions about their bowling for Nolan? Right now, these gentlemen are bowling for spots on the 2019 Team USA course in the sport of bowling. This is day 1 of qualifying, 6 games per day. Over 5 days. Competition will end Tuesday. Along with that, those who are not professionals have the opportunity to become the U.S. Amateur Champion. This is the men's squad. We'll have the women's squad. Their first day of competition this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And then the squads will rotate start time, so the women will come in early tomorrow, men will be in the afternoon, vice versa, until we get to the end on Tuesday night. We'll crown U.S. Amateur Champions. Obviously, we'll have Team USA Champions, or Team USA Trials Champions earlier that day. Also on the line, the winners of Team USA Trials also earned the spot, respectively, to represent the United States at the Cubica AMF World Cup. So if you win team trials, men and women, those bowlers will represent the United States at the World Cup, sponsored by Cubica AMF. So there's needless to say, there's a lot on the line, but there are multiple things on the line. U.S. Amateur Champion, spots in the Cubica AMF World Cup. Obviously, most importantly for the first goal is to make the team. So that's what people are here to do. And if you make the team, depending on obviously how many events, international events there are in a year, you then could be selected to participate in those as well. We got training camp. That'll be in 2019 also.
Nicely done. Standings update. Through 3 games now available on bowl.com. As we mentioned, Andrew Hall, consistent effort so far, 265 at 248, 258. He's averaging is posted as 7-71, averaging 257 through his first 3 games. Wesley Lowe sits in second, 762. Michael Tang, 747 in third. Tommy McNeil, 746 in fourth. Alex Rice drops to fifth, 742. TJ Rock, 737. Dakota Solanka, 731. David Nordhaus, back-to-back 260s, gets him to 729. Anthony Nyer, the 2018 Junior Gold Champion, 725. And Jacob Mullen, the runner-up for that title in 2018, rounds out the top 10 with a 710. A total of 13 players plus 100 or better. '82 players in the standings are even or better. those players just outside that plus 100 mark. Jacob Nips, 696 for his first three. He started off game number 4 with the front 7 over on 31 and 32. We're following along with live scoring, as should you for your favorite players as they make their way throughout the course of the 70-lane center here in Las Vegas. Big shout out to Brunswick for their help in making that happen and all the scoring going on this week. The Ricks are here. Rick Barbera and Rick Cruz. So thanks to those good gentlemen for their help this week. Looking at a few more notes in the chat. There is actually a small prize fund for this event that goes basically for the daily winners. If you finish in the top 4, there's a small prize fund. But the main part of the event clearly is being able to represent the United States as part of Team USA or Junior Team USA. Nolan asks, can you be on the PBA and Team USA? Yes. Yes, you can. For many years across the world, many of the top players we've become familiar with head bowled for their national teams. The United States at first did not have that in the rules, so up until 2008, you essentially had to choose if you wanted to retain your amateur status, if you will, or join the professional ranks. And once you did that, that took you away from being able to compete as part of Team USA. That was changed in 2008 to begin to allow the top professionals to also be part of the Team USA program. And something that always comes up at this event, just as a heads up, because essentially all competition that Junior Team USA will take place in throughout the course of the year is based off of world bowling rules. You can see someone who is a youth player who may not necessarily still have a youth status when you look at it in terms of USBC. So it's all age-based. So if you're a particular age or under at the time of bowling, then you're eligible for the youth team. Even if you have an adult card, even if you're a PBA member, you would still be eligible to be part of the youth program. The official age cutoff, I'm never good with years and doing all that stuff, so I'm just going to look at it. So to qualify for Junior Team USA in 2019, participants must be 20 or younger as of January 1st of 2019. So that is the cutoff. So once again, it's solely based on age, not necessarily youth status as it's deemed by USBC, or whether someone has moved up in the adult ranks, is a PBA member, none of that. Just in case it comes up, there's a little rundown. For James in the chat, there is not a specific Team USA trials for the Senior Team USA. Those events have kind of popped up in the past few years, and for the team, essentially that is a resume process in which the coaching staff picks players to attend events who are of the correct age. Up to 9 in a row for Jacob Nimps over on 31 and 32. Looks like Matt Canzara is making his way down there. Go. Tough break for Farber there. .710 pops up in the foundation for him.
It's a pretty decent shot there from Joe Grondin. Joe looks to be just maybe a hair or two right than some other players we've seen on 43 and 44. And he looks to be throwing urethane. Sometimes you can't tell, but there are certain urethane balls that are a little bit more distinguishable these days than others. There's Jordan Bryant. Good shot there for Jordan. Shown a couple of good ones this game. Trying to rally here in this back half. Here in game 4 of 6. Good spare there for Grondin. That's always a tough one. Buckets can be difficult to say the least sometimes. Grondin handles it with ease. Let's see. I apologize. Mess up Hunter's last name here, but it's either Machin. But Hunter can shoot 280. It's over on lane 49. Stephen Faulkner knocks him down, and Faulkner at plus 108. So try not to give any pins back here in game 4. Here's Ernest on 44. To get away from the big 4. Appreciate all your questions in the chat. USA member. And we mentioned Jake Nips at the front 9. He's going to be stepping up in the 10th frame momentarily. You can check that out. Watch it unfold via live scoring at the moment. And Farber All right, Nick Kaner has been, his score doesn't say it, but he's put the ball in 1-3. Barber gives the old thumbs up as he doubles on lane 46 and owed to his 7-10 left on 45 in frame 8. Grondin gets them all to fall. We'll take the break. Front 10 now for Nips. Let's see what Farber has to offer here on this fill shot. He went to the bag, I believe. Something that was not urethane. So Maddie will finish with 208. 2018 Team USA member. A couple gold medals. Champion of champions, Bapton. Nick Kaner, strike will give him 176. You watch, Nick. So it's at the back of the approach. It kind of looks like he is going to finish the release in the two-handed technique, but he lets kind of that off arm go pretty early. Couldn't tell if his thumb was in it or not, but you don't see that released, or that technique, too many times this day and age. Of course, you talk about traditional and two-handed, but the old kind of one hand, no thumb. Like Mark Miller and Tom Doherty, for example. Mike was certainly one to reckon with on tour. I think he was the first person I saw that used had a no thumb with one hand. Probably the first for many. Shout out to Shanice Graham. I mean Williams. I was confused in the chat. Well, with John Savoy as well. Jacob Nitz finished with 284. 6 count on the 11th shot. Like the move there Joe Grondin made. And the bucket on the right lane last time he was up on 44. I mentioned it looked a little bit right from some of the players we've seen in previous games. Well, he probably found himself in that zone where he's got to get it further right or he's not going to find any friction. So what does he do next time? He gets closer to the gutter. In fact, banks it off of the gutter to find the friction. And he throws 10 back there. A good adjustment from Grondin. Be a good tip in regards to bowling in general, but sometimes you see that often with urethane. And I should be specific when I say if I've ever used urethane, I often got that reaction. Sometimes you do need to stay as close as possible or near the friction too. Sure you can get the ball to hook. Just if you don't have as many revs like me, maybe even Aaron Smith. What's up, Fred? Hey, Blake, he's going to take that break, my man, at plus 70. Keep that total down that he will give back here this game. How many players in the field this week, Aaron?
We had a full field at 175 on the men's side. Women's side, a record total as well was north of 150. Wait for the final tally. Once the ladies hit the lanes a little bit later today. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time.
Nice spare from Osborne. 210 is a popular make today.
Final shots of game 4 on 43 and 4 coming up. We're ready to welcome some new bowlers to 45 and 46. Brian Mano kicked things off with a strike. It's Chase Benitez up on 45. David Hooper Jr., past member of Junior Team USA and a runner-up at Junior Gold in 2017. Also started off with the strike. That's Gabe Alvarez taking care of business. Their fifth player, Robert Altieri.
They're starting to get look a little tricky, Aaron. Talked about the high scores that we saw early. First couple games on 43 and 44. Wondered how the lanes would then take shape. For the later games in the block. And definitely looked a little challenging this game for the competitors there.
And that's, especially with urethane, and we're kind of saw it kind of intermingled to start. It was kind of a combination of reactive and urethane. We've kind of seen more urethane as the block has continued on. But you get into those tricky spots. I mean, that's just the natural progression of high rev rates and type of ball surface going down the lane. Then it's going to get a little sketchy here. Obviously, we got some folks shooting some big numbers here, but typically, especially with 4 or 5, actually all 5s on our pairs here, it's about that time where folks, you've kind of been hugging that gutter. All of a sudden you start to see that checking up a little bit early, and then you kind of get into that tough spot. If you try to go around it a little bit with urethane, are you going to be able to still get the carry? Or is it time to make a jump? Move in and go at it that way. That's the fun part. Part I'm glad we don't have to worry about because we're just back here. Don't have to throw the ball. So
we get closer and closer to worrying about it. Not necessarily at this event, but just in general. Because 2019, I said I'm gonna bowl some events. Shout out to my guy Fred in the chat, rolling 800. Fred also a loyal viewer. He listens to what I say because he's 100% right. That is my goal whenever I start bowling again. So I'll make that the 2019 goal. No resolutions, only goals. Shoot 800 and bowl a minimum of 4 tournaments. That's my 2019 goal, and I've got 362 days left.
I've seen your bowling ball collection, so I know that is not a not the reason why.
Correct.
Ready to make some dust. All right, underway on 43 and 44 for Game 5. Ryan Burton, We talked about a little bit later, or a little bit earlier, excuse me, in this broadcast, that a handful of players have already earned their spot on the junior team based off of their performance at Junior Gold. Ryan is one of those players, so attempting to earn his spot on the adult team this week. Ryan joining us from Los Altos, California. Also have Corey Balbuck, Nick Pate, former Team USA member, Sean Wilcox, and Alex Aguirre.
Had some folks asking in the chat. Looks like that was Wichita Northwest Media earlier in regards to Gabe Alvarez and Brandon Bonta. They're actually bowling next to each other. Brandon is on 47 and 48. He is minus 35. After 4 games, Gabe Alvarez is minus 9, as you can see, of course, on the screen. Adjusted the cameras a little bit so you can see the green a little better on the screen. Had a chance to see Gabe Alvarez at Junior Gold. Last summer. Shot 300 at USA Bowl. The early days of the week. If not the first day of competition, if my memory serves correct. And I believe headed to Wichita State University in the future for collegiate competition. Heath clean through 3 frames. I see you, Mike. Be happy to share that info with you. A break there for Mano. I think Brian is leading the way in the uniform department. Gotta be bold sometimes. I like it. Here's Nick Pate plus 89. Uh-oh. Good shot there from Alex Aguirre. Corey with a double, another Minnesota bowler. Had a lot of folks in the chat earlier talking about some of the Minnesota players that were featured pairs as we began competition. Oh, Holly, greeting us from Ireland. We greet you from Las Vegas, Nevada, in the United States. Our dear friend and colleague, Matt Cannizzaro. Randy, and just came back from Ireland not too long ago. David Hooper Jr. striking in the sixth. He's got himself a double. Or Team USA. Member. Saw him recently with Emmanuel College, competing collegiately. Oh my. Get the old 180 out of, yep, sure is.
Nick Pate electing to go with a stronger reactive ball here, and just a little bit too strong there. Reacting off the spot, leaving the 9. Get that reset. I know people are asking about scores, and they are now updated through 4 online at bull.com/Team USA Trials. Your new leader, Wesley Lowe Jr. 1,008 for his first 4 games, 257, 248, 257, and 246. He's now 12 pins ahead of Andrew Hall, 996. Tommy McNeil sits in third place, 993. Alex Bryce in fourth, 989. Jacob Nibbs, who had the 284 front 10 in game 4, moves up into fifth, 980. Zach Singer had 278 last game to get to 972. Anthony Nyer, 971. Michael Tang, 963. Charlie Reed, 959. And Dakota Solanka rounds out the top 10 at the moment, 947. David Nordhaus in 11th, 932. John Janowitz, double J, 12th, 931. David Hooper at 929. Jacob Mullen and Nick Crummel, 928. Tied for 14. This is another instance where you kind of look at the course of a day with the unique scoring format here at Team Trials. And I'm just kind of glancing a little bit further down at the standings. I saw someone asked about Ryan Winters, currently tied for 91st at 784, so minus 16. And you know, you see yourself being further down in the standings like that, and you're like, man, this is rough. I'm seeing people shoot 240s, 250s all around me. I'm just using Ryan as an example here, not picking on him by any stretch. But that kind of, at the end of the day, that's the nice part about the system is if you kind of going, figuring out the pattern through the first few games, maybe hits aren't going your way, there's a chance to go 240, 250 these last 2 games and pick up 60 spots. I mean, obviously that's still going to require some quality shot making and doing what you can do, but to kind of look at the grand scheme of things, finding something late, being able to move up a few spots, definitely is something nice to have in the back pocket. Nick Pate looking tough here. He's throwing pretty well.
Bernard, front 6. 39 and 40. Did D.L. Bernard shoot 300 at junior gold?
D.O. Bernard did shoot 300 at junior gold. That was a factual comment. Speaking of front 6s, Andrew Hall. Leader after 3, second after 4. Front 6. Way down on 13 and 14. Logan Williams, front 6. Once again, live scoring available. Courtesy of our friends at Brunswick. Rick Cruz and Rick Barbera on site helping us out this week. Can't forget Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider here at the Team USA Trials. Herman Glenn out here this week. Of course, I can't forget about Logo Infusion either. Official jersey provider for Team USA and Junior Team USA. Well, Mike, Pete's going to be up on lane 47 momentarily here for his 7th frame, so 2 more frames for him coming up on 47. He's just about ready to hop on the approach here. 102 in the 6th, working on an open frame.
A lot of folks in the chat were talking about Ryan Burton.
He's got a fan club.
He does, and I remember him.
I was part of the U20 coverage at Junior Gold. And very, very phenomenal match play, or bracket match, I should say. Ended up coming out on top, obviously, and earned a spot on junior team for 2019. And but much like what's talked about in the chat, I was curious of what ball he was throwing at the time, and it was a Storm mix, which I believe is a plastic ball that ran, and I was just amazed at what he was able to do. Plastic, and it, based on what I'm reading in the chat, sounds like he does it all the time. Some smart young people out there. Bowlers in general, but the youth today are very, very good. Now, come on now, Ryan Burke. You can't just throw plastic, fake like it's going to go in the channel, and then slap the 7 in. Can't do that in 2019. Oh.
That would have been a fair from way downtown moment. Missed opportunities. Again, a big shout out to the nearly 1,100 watching live at the moment. We certainly appreciate the support here on Bull TV. We'll be here behind lanes 43 through 46 for the next 4 days. Let's not forget our women's squad as they kick off their competition later today. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time here in Las Vegas. Sean Wilcox working on 5 in a row after a pair of early splits. Delivers another one, always an impressive young man to watch. Kind of got that, I don't know the proper way to describe it, but that kind of, you know, if you're Jay Billis, you talk about wingspan. NBA athletes, that's kind of a new mold of player we're seeing, just kind of having Kind of having those longer limbs, big reach. Can really get create a lot of leverage without doing a lot of work. And Sean's that guy. Adam Glickman with 8 in a row over on 7 and 8. Dio Bernard, 39 and 40. He's actually ready to step up in his 9th frame right now. Dio makes it 9. Wilcox finishes up with 219. Final shot for Ryan Burton. Try something a little different there. It's going to be a 213. Continuing to coast along. Ryan Mano, 182. Chase Benitez matches the effort. David Hooper, 201. Gabe Alvarez working on 4 in a row. Gets to 222. Robert Altieri, 3-bagger of his own. He's got a max of 247. Alex, first strike at the 10th. Max out 181. Oh! Emil had walked away for a brief second. He did not have to see the hashtag Team No 8-pin. That was just mean. Corey's going to have a chance to get to 225 this game. Double for Alex in the 10th. Nick Pate will wrap things up on 43 and 44. He has a chance to get to 245 this game. Going to be stepping up on the right lane, though. He split last time up. Dio Bernard did get the first strike in the 10th. If he gets this 11th one, we might be able to switch the cameras over here. Try to get his 12th shot. Seven pin for Dio. It's going to be in the 280s. Was that plus 56? So that's going to be a nice little jump. Adam Glickman did get the 9th strike. As Pate kicks off his 10th, makes the right adjustment. Nice 226 from Robert there. We saw Nick's younger brother Josh a little bit earlier on the live stream. I believe that was game 2. Putting up a nice game here. He's going to be better than plus 100 after this. Nice 245 for Nick Pate. That'll wrap up a game number 5. 1 to go here today for our men's opening round at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you had a fun and safe New Year. Good celebration. Now it's time for business. So we move on to 2019. Of course, a lot at stake this week. First and foremost, there's always the distinction of leading here at Team Trials and being the Team USA Trials champion. Definitely a great honor to have. Requires a very, very strong week of bowling. Be consistent across 5 difficult patterns. Starting off with a 36-foot pattern today. Of course, at the end of the week, want to earn one of the spots up for grabs on Team USA or Junior Team USA, depending on eligibility, of course. We'll be here for it all on Bowl TV, so we're looking forward to it. Always one of the top events of the year for us. Not only as interest in who makes a team, but just as bowling fans, always fun to watch. The folks come together the way they do. Get a good mix from high school to college to those up-and-comers on the PBA Tour. Even a few senior players in the mix, so get to see a great variety of player. Once again, all in hopes get to rep the red, white, and blue in international competition. And now we play the waiting game.
Well, Petey shot 200 on the nose. So Coach K is looking for those stats. 200 for Petey.
Let's see if we can find who's supposed to be joining us for this next game, Holly. So we patiently wait for the next group of players. Let's see. Some of the players coming to our featured pair. 43 looks like Gail Agana, John Ray Fair, and Josh Spiegel. Looks like on 45 and 46, Kevin Jones, Josh Singer, and Justin O'Shaughnessy. We got a few more players. Chris Vi and Tommy McNeil, 45 and 46. And then Jacob Gill and Nick D. Cesaro at 43 and 44. Of course, we can't start till the players get here, so we're in that fun, awkward moment where we're just kind of chilling. So, if you're tuning in a little bit earlier today, Emil mentioned some of his bowling New Year's resolutions. Going to get out there more.
No, that's not true.
Bowl 4 tournaments.
I didn't mention any resolutions.
Goals for 2019.
That's right. It's way different.
Johnny Technical over here.
Just saying. People tend to not stick to their resolutions, but they shoot for goals.
So is a broken goal actually a broken resolution?
No, it's a goal not achieved.
So is a resolution not achieved?
No, it's just you didn't do it. Just didn't do it. You just didn't get it done. It's all mental.
Apparently.
It's all mental.
And at the moment, my mental capacity is
But
all over the place, but that's
continue your
okay.
point.
Anyway, though, and you know what? We're going to make this open-ended. So in the chat, how about some bowling goals or resolutions? You can pick for 2019 as we wait for game number 6. Leave them in the chat. Let's hear what you're looking forward to accomplishing on the lanes in 2019.
This should be fun.
Personally,
Dennis's resolution was pretty funny. You may have missed it in the chat.
oh, the 1920
Yeah.
by 1200. Yes,
Nicely done.
I did catch that. But the our man Silver, that's personally, yes, that's my goal every time as well. So Chris just wants to get back out there,
That's right, man.
be
Bowl
competitive. Sack 300. Kevin, first 8. Kyle, that's a fair point as well. May work on some different fits. right, some good stuff rolling in here, folks. We appreciate that. Heavy weapon, another 300 game in Pepsi State in Iowa. And the win. I like it. Wisconsin Whitewater taking it to the house.
Drake said next year, so maybe not yet there in regards to school. Maybe attending next season. Maybe that's what we mean there. Health is good. I like that, Chris. I think you have a good chance. Both singles and team. Chris is part of the Newman squad.
We have to talk to Sean about his use of hashtags in the chat. That's 3-1. That's impressive. Once again, we appreciate everyone tuning in and dropping those resolutions and or goals for 2019. We certainly hope, bowling-wise, you guys have a fun, productive year on the lanes.
Well, I'm on record, so I've got to.
This is true.
I had to stick to it now.
Rick, I like it. Win the U.S. Senior Championship. There we go. Sean, you know we're just giving you a hard time. Somehow, Mike is old enough to bowl a senior event?
Coach K.
Come on, Coach. That's crazy.
What nationals are you referring to, neighbor? There's so many. The man just walked by.
Matt Canizaro is grabbing some social content for team trials here, making his way across the great landscape of Gold Coast. And it's 70 lanes. Of course, be sure to follow USBC across social media, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter. And at US Bowling Congress on Instagram.
This has been a very pleasing opportunity to learn more about some of our viewers and their goals for 2019, and based on some of the answers, learn a little bit more about maybe what they've gone through or have gone through, are going through, and what they've worked towards.
Here's our first look at Chris Vi. Looks like he's still using urethane there. Got to the 1-3, but didn't have quite the right angle to get all 10 to topple. Chris, he's been a 3-time member of Team USA, 2016, 2017, and 2018, looking to make his 4th trip to the adult team after 2 years as part of Junior Team USA in 2011 and 2012. Chris, of course, has some history here at Team Trials. Is the winner of the U.S. Amateur back in 2016 when the tournament returned to part of the lineup here at USBC. He and Stephanie Schwartz won those titles. Back in 16, the defending champion on the men's side, Cortez Schenk. On the women's side, we'll have a new champion because Jordan Richard is now a PWBA superstar. She has moved on to professional status. But for Vi, a gold medal team event at the 2017 World Bowling Men's Championships. Also had 1 gold and 1 silver medal as part of Junior Team USA at the World Youth Championships back in 2012. Now, we talked about there's a handful of players in the field who have already earned spots on Junior Team USA for 2019. Justin O'Shaughnessy getting ready to step up on lane number 46, one of those players. So once again for Justin, already got a spot on the team, so he's attempting to potentially bowl his way onto the adult team and, of course, Team Trials and U.S. Amateur title. Trying to do some work to put himself in position to claim one of those titles. Good question in the chat from Judy about other players already on Junior Team USA for 2019. Once again, these were based off of performances at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships, which took place in Dallas. Joining Justin on the team already is Ryan Burton, who we saw last game, Chad Steven, and Cortez Schenk, along with Jacob Mullen and Anthony Nyer. So those are the 6 on the boys' team for 2019. Look already earned their spots. And for the girls' team, we have Julia Heron, who won Junior Gold in 2018. Caitlin Eater and Cameron Peters, Olivia Farwell, Edison Hersberg, and Adele Warner. Tommy McNeil has had a pretty nice day so far, plus 191. So to see how he attacks the lane here in the final game. From Washington State. right, back to business on 45. Staff here at Gold Coast. Once again, a big shout out to their team and all their help. Mike Kaufman, Louis Jimenez, the rest of their team. Big shout out to them. Also on site this week, big thank you to Brunswick, taking care of scoring. Rick Barbera, Rick Cruz, the Ricks. From Kegel, we have Herman Glenn conditioning the lanes. Our tournament staff this week at Greg Moore Production.
It's the man right there.
James O'Connor, our tournament manager, Kathy Prang, Robin Akey, Chip Akey. Got Ron and Sean Helms helping on the IT side. Stephen Padilla and Katie Ford is part of Team USA in the high performance division of USBC. Finally, the communications marketing folks on staff. Brian Houghton, Jason Thomas, Matt Canizaro. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside LU Hall of Famer and national champion Emil Williams Jr. But most importantly, thanking all these folks. We really want to thank everyone for tuning in here on Bull TV. Of course, we love the support. We love all the discussion in the chat, keeping us company. So, Kyle, thanks for the kind words there. Definitely a team effort to make it all come together. So. Perry Crowell update, since he is one pair to our left. Started with a spare, followed with a double, 9 spare in the fourth at plus 154 through 5. Great question in the chat there from friend Silver. And generally, as far as live stream or TV coverage of junior Team USA events, in the past year or two, there hasn't been much as far as that. However, as I mentioned, Matt Canizaro a little bit earlier today, he is usually on site, follows the teams around, both the junior and the adult teams, as they go on to different events across the world, and really helps provide the social media experience as far as being able to bring you short highlights, interviews with the players, with the coaches. So all that is available during the course of the tournament, whenever that may be, whichever event it may be, usually on the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, or at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, all those great places. Be sure to subscribe. right, folks. Just loaded the next group of standings here. So those should be updating momentarily, but we do have a new leader.
What?
Here in day one, we got the smooth rolling left-hander, Jacob Nips. His last two games has gone 284, 276. And is leading the way 1256 for 5 games. It's better than a 251 average. Sitting in second, Andrew Hall. He's been at the top, or near the top most of the day, 1244. Anthony Nyer, 1219. Continuing to prove tough. 2018 and Junior Gold Under 20 Boys Champion. Wesley Lowe shoots 196 to drop to 4th place. He's at 1204. Charlie Reed having a nice consistent day. We caught him a little bit earlier on the broadcast. 1198. Alex Bryce, 1197. Zach Singer, 1195. Tommy McNeil on our feature pair at the moment, 1191. Double J, John Janowitz, 1187. And Dakota Solanka rounds out the top 10, 1175. So 235 average at the moment to make top 10.
A lot of scores out there.
Definitely some scores.
Shout out to Jacob Nips, though. Jacob from, excuse me, as I get the old microphone placement together, from Rockford, Illinois. Now at McKendree. .284, 276. That'll help out. Well, Aaron, we are nearing the end of day one of men's competition.
Yes, we are.
A little road ahead to go, but uh-oh, from way downtown. That facial expression there from Chris. As he missed there and leaves something similar to what he just left on the right. And nearly made that. Chris Vi, I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Vi. Who watches us on Bold TV and also did get a chance to taste her cookies. She was awesome. Great baker. That's one thing I'm looking forward to in 2019.
This is not resolution or a goal.
No, this is
just looking forward.
This is looking forward to. We get a lot of great individuals, a lot of nice people who not only watch, but when they see us in person, they, in many cases, offer us the opportunity to eat some food that they have personally made, baked, etc. So I'm always looking forward to the potential of food and or baked goods
You just blatantly asked everyone to just bake stuff for you.
No, I didn't. I'm simply thanking those who have done that in the past. And it's a good break there for Josh.
I feel you were encouraging it to happen more often. Which is fine, because I spent a lot of time with you, so both of us benefit from this. I'm not upset at this at all, but...
Maybe. In my experience in bowling on the air, if you happen to mention a few items in regards to food, good shot there from McNeil. Every now and then that food pops up.
Looks like the scores are continuing in Game 7. Or Game 6, excuse me. Because I'm looking at the 7th frame. That's the only reasonable explanation. Sean Wilcox, front 7. We saw him a little bit earlier on Bowl TV. A few other folks putting together some strikes. Zach Singer. We got Josh Singer on here. I'm going to guess brothers. I may be incorrect. I know there are a few Josh Singer fans in the chat. Zach's been having a nice day. He's got the front 6. Kenan McFalls, front 6. Well, there we go. Thanks, Sean. As well as the future cookies, it sounds like we will. Chocolate and non-chocolate chips. Fantastic.
Now that's a completely different level of generosity right there. Someone goes out of their way to make both variations of a cookie.
I would agree, 100%.
Did not know that the Singers were triplets. That's good information.
I know Zach shot a 300 at junior gold, I believe, Cleveland.
Yep.
2 years ago. Once again, as I mentioned, having a big day today. It's been right around the top 10. Got off to a strong start today.
I've been calling Zach every time he pops in the chat when he's watching. Buffalo Grove's finest, but now that nickname should go for all three. Can't just limit it to him. Cortez Shank at plus 27. Wanted that first hit in the 10th. He had a max at 269. He's a 10 pin. No messenger love. Best he can do is shoot 248.
And don't forget, folks, at 3 o'clock Pacific time, 3 o'clock Pacific, the women will be on the lanes for their 6 games of day 1 competition. You can check out the roster. You can also check out lane assignments and the women's oil pattern as well on oil.com/Team USA Trials. Taking a look at the live scoring. Brought to you by Merrick. Wesley Lowe's day is complete. Finished with 258. So a big day. Great start for Wesley Lowe. Aaron mentioned Zach Singer started with the front 6. He has gone 9 spare in the 7th. Good shot there from Vi. Making the adjustments. That time by not rewarded in the 7th frame. Other games of note so far. Matt Russo can finish with 234. He's got a field shot to go. It's over 37 and 38. Andy Dikowski, 245. Logan Patterson standouts. David Haynes, fast Team USA member, can get to 247. Be up in the 10th frame. Sean Wilcox had the front 7 earlier, 9 spare in the 8th. Back 3, he's got a fill to go. He can finish with 279. Solomon Soloma. Of course, famously shot 299 on TV, Junior Go Championships. Won the U15 title a couple years ago. He can shoot 259. Right now at plus 93, I believe.
Wanted to circle back to a question in the chat about the ball limit here. Want to verify that before giving you guys a response, and there actually is no ball limit this week. So essentially, no excuses then. Between the World Bowling rule of being able to adjust surface after every game, and no limit on bowling equipment. Hopefully everyone has everything that they needed.
Wilcox did finish with 279.
Question about the static weights. The only thing I can find in the rules right now is that bowling balls must meet all USBC requirements for surface hardness, weight, balance size, and number of holes. Only bowling balls listed on the USBC approved ball list may be used. But I don't think that answers your question appropriately. It is a good one. We'll have to consult our tournament staff just to verify.
Delay on 46. All 10 down already.
I believe you are correct, Steve. Would think it's that way, but we'll see if we can verify that answer during our break here as we get ready for our final few frames. Tournament staff is busy with recap sheets and getting everything here, but we'll circle around on that when we get back to our women's squad a little bit later today. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time here in Las Vegas. First of 6 games for our female competitors. No need to apologize. Definitely a fair question here. I was going to say a few of the rules do, as we talked about, the ball limit definitely varies at World Bowling events, but usually there is a pretty harsh limit of what they can bring as far as number of balls. We are implementing certain rules, like the ability to adjust surface between games. But yeah, good question for the break as we wrap up here. Starting to get pretty quiet here at Gold Coast. Final few pairs wrapping up. It's gotten pretty quiet around us here. Just about all done on 41 and 42. And we had some folks asking about Perry Crowell, finished with 2:27. It's going to be a nice day for Perry.
Good to see him back out.
Question about Andrew Hall. 234 the last game to get to 1478. You can still see some final game 6 scores. You view the live scoring. Available. That's in the comments. Just drop that link. And for results, through day 1, through 5 games so far. more links. These links are helpful. Good shot there by Nick to kick off his 10th frame. Just hoping to get to plus 100 here, but it's kind of a solid effort here in day number 1. Being 80 plus with the spare. Looks like Zach Singer got to 257. 14.52. And once again, as we finish up this 10th frame here in this block here on Bowl TV, total pinfall for the week doesn't necessarily dictate placement when you kind of get to the end of it. It's kind of all about having that consistent performance from pattern to pattern, day to day. So for some of these folks, obviously, when you see scores like that out there, you know, not everyone's going to have a day like that out here, and that's just bowling. That's just how it happens. But essentially, if you had a rough day, you know, but you didn't put yourself in too bad of a position, there's still 4 fresh days right after that where you can start stringing together some top 10, top 20 performances. All of a sudden, your spot in that overall is really going to jump up.
Yeah, the word will be consistency, as you mentioned. Will be key for the week. There's going to be some ups and downs, some highs and lows, but as consistent as you can remain, the performance that's going to carry over in the standings, of course, by default, because of the format. But it doesn't mean, obviously, we touched on this early in the broadcast, but if you lead today, doesn't mean you're going to be the leader in game, or excuse me, on day 3, because it's not total pinfall. So it is a test of ability, both obviously mentally and physically, and then that's bowling in general, but that versatility and that consistency level. Now, of course, if you just come out and just flat dominate.
And we've seen that before too. And, you know, I think last year was the Kyle Troop and AJ Johnson show by a distance. They were the cream of the crop on the men's side last year. But yeah, I mean, if it's one of those positions where if you're a player like Tommy McNeil, who had an awesome day, you know, that pinfall isn't necessarily in the back pocket, but the placement is. And so you walk away from today knowing, hey, I did a lot of things well today. Threw the ball well, put myself in position to strike a lot. And I got to continue that. And not necessarily think score-wise I need to keep up this type of pace. Could definitely be different tomorrow once we hit 38 foot, 45 foot later in the week, finishing on 39. So It's more about the consistency of performing your game the way you can, instead of having tunnel vision, if you will, on the end result of that number. So with that, Justin O'Shaughnessy will finish up this block here.
Oh, Shaq Hennessy.
I was going to see if you're going to work that in there.
Good shot.
Finishes it off the right way. Justin, though, probably a little bummed about 171 to finish things up, but once again, a player who's already earned his spot on Junior Team USA for 2019 based off an awesome performance at Junior Gold last year in Dallas. We can finally say last year.
How about that?
That's a great thing. All right, folks. Well, that's going to do it. We're, as you can see, the scoring monitors are turning over. It's 1 o'clock here locally, so that means we're about 2 hours away, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas' Gold Coast for the women's opening round of competition at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur. On behalf of the staff here at Gold Coast, our tournament staff, our colleagues in the media department, Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro, Hall of Famer Emil Williams Jr.
You have to be specific, though.
Lindenwood, Hall of Famer. Lindenwood University.
Just for the record.
Based off his performance at the 2005 Intercollegiate Team Championships.
That concludes round 1 of our men's qualifying.
Thanks, guy.
Anytime, guy. I'm Aaron Smith. We appreciate you joining us here on Bowl TV.
We have our Blaine Street dress.
Be sure to check out social media for some quick updates as well.
Round 1 of our women's qualifying.
And please join us later tonight once again. Women's opening round of competition, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. local time, 2 hours from now here on Bowl TV. So thank you again for joining us, and we will see you soon. Be sure to subscribe on your way out. We would certainly appreciate it. Thanks, and take care.